So we are back for our second little stream here today, and we are going to be continuing on our grind. So we're going to go ahead and run a couple things, make sure that we're in a good spot. I'm going to start a new run over here on our dashboard. If we check our inventory while we're at it, we have no filaments in our Tristan here. So what I'm going to be doing, I have Tranquil Exotics. I've got 6 Tranquil Exotics. So I'm going to pull those 6 in here and just let that rock and roll. So that should be 2 full runs. We'll see what kind of filaments we get out of that. That way we're not having to go through and make a whole bunch of different choices. Not necessarily choices, but make a whole bunch of different like trips back to station here. So what I'm doing currently is I'm just going to get to our running spot. That way we're not leaking where I'm at or anything like that. We're just going to get there. We're going to jump into our first exotic here. And then we will flip over to our screen for us to be able to start our runs. And I'm going to turn down that just a little bit. We launch our Tranquil or our exotic filament and get flashbanged by it because that was bright as all get out. Activate. We're going to go ahead and get that shared one more time. So we have a short range tracking pylon. That's not going to hurt us at all. So we're just going to go straight for our adaptive cache here. We're going to make it very quickly to get there. We're going to get our drones out in space. We're going to start attacking this Lancer. We'll target up the bioadaptive cache as well. Okay. So we are in range now. So we'll go ahead and slow him down. That way our drones can keep up and make some good headway on his shields and armor. As we are 2 passing ships, he'll eventually fall out of range. There he goes right there. Do have a warning on our shields. All good. We'll stop our guns on the Lancer owing to the fact that he's out of range, and we will keep it, or we will put it on our adaptive cache here. We're going to update our orbit to 5,000. Let's make it nice and easy for us. Cache is down. He is getting ready to start targeting my drones. But he shouldn't necessarily be able to do too much damage to them before. I lied. Okay. Whew. First can on our second set of runs here today, or third really, is going to be 1,000,000 ISK. Good start. We got all our drones in our inventory. Got more exotics. Got a Tranquil Firestorm, so we're starting to build a little bit here. As we get closer, we should be jumping into our second pocket here. Some stuff moved around, that way I can freaking see. And we'll be going over to the transfer conduit. We got blasts, so we're going to see a lot of explosive damage coming in. Explosive damage is going to typically be the biggest hole on your armor. So they're going to be shooting right into that hole. I did try to give a little bit of protection using our damage control. So we did hit a cloud that makes us go 7 million miles an hour, which means that we're going to need to do some slowing down of our enemies here. That way we can make sure that our drones are going to be able to hit. The can is down. Good to go there. We're going to slow down this blast needle and throw the guns on him as well. That should put us in a good spot. If we now scoop our can, that is 839,000 ISK. Gives us a calm firestorm and another tranquil firestorm. So we're well on our way to affording just a... Oh, get them called in before we jump. Okay. Well on our way to being able to just perpetually run till I fill up my cargo, which I think will be kind of my goal here. So we're on to our origin conduit. Lucifer Sword Spine, not Spire. Should be pretty quick to take him out. Let's get going to that cache. We are full speed. Should be okay there. Okay. Maybe someday he'll go down. Okay. Now we go after our cache here. Bringing in the drones, taking out the cache. Perfect. That's going to give us another 922,000. So then if we get that all copied over to our Abyss tracker, it's going to give us 2.75, so 2 3/4 mil on a 5.5 minute run. Overall pretty good. We like to see that, especially as we are stretching our legs on the fit here. So what I'm going to need to do, because we have successfully ran the Tristan through a number of different fits here, I'm going to save and view data, and then I'm going to update my fit here that I'm running and open it up to more, what are we even going to say? More Firestorm, or more different types of different types of weather. Whew, that one was hard. If we then published, I don't know, it's going to let me update that right now. This is tested, clearly. Copy to clipboard, new, required skills, comments, history. There is the overall. I wonder if I'm going to have to make another entry for it. So if we do new fit. Okay. That's what I think we're going to have to do. So we're just going to come over here. Going to come over to our fits. Edit the fit. Perfect. That's what we needed. Next. So then we're going to be Tranquil Exotic, Tranquil Gamma, because we're able to do that. Very easy peasy. And runs T0 exotics, firestorms, and gammas, because the Oxford comma is a true comma. Okay. What I'm also going to do is Going to open a new one here. And drop in a YouTube video link. Because why not? I'm going to go ahead and grab you. We're going to get the shareable link and we're going to drop that in. That does not seem to be the format that they're looking for, so we're going to open that up and if you're on YouTube, pause, that way I don't hear myself. It's always a cringe moment.
No.
And there it is. Okay. Next. Uploaded. You cannot change. Is there a beyond? Because this is more than untested. This is a tested fit, at least from me. So that should work. Either way, let's get back to what we were working on. I'm going to get another run added. We're going to jump in to another exotic here. So exotic, choose for frigates. We're going to jump in and activate. Perfect. Now that we're in, we got a striking Damavik, and as I always say, they spool up, so take them out quick. Otherwise, you're going to be potentially looking for a world of hurt. Get those launched and attacking. Not the cache, not the cache. We're going to go towards the cache. Okay. So we should get mollywopped here pretty quick. Out of web of fire range. All right, shield alarm going off. So we're going to kick in our, what are we going to, our armor repair. Slow them down, make sure our drones hit hard. We're going to now move our guns over to our cache for our second run here. Perfect. And 829,000 ISK on that run. A bunch of calm gammas. Not bad at all. Currently sitting at just under 2 minutes for that first room. On our way to the transfer conduit. I'm going to go ahead and reload. And hit the conduit. Okay, so another striking Damavik. First room, second room are the exact same. That does seem to happen pretty regularly on these T0s. Which is interesting. I mean, I had a run where it was striking Damavik after striking Damavik. They were all the exact same, which was kind of goofy. But it's a little bit of the nature of the beast. He's kind of hitting a little bit hard. I'm going to go ahead and throw a web on him. And we're going to start approaching this Triglavian cache so that we can get our money for this run. And kapop. Wonderful. 706,000, basically nothing, just a lot of triclavian surveys, no filaments or mutaplasmids or anything. Throw the web back on him, hit him with some guns as well. That way we can quickly get him taken care of. Bring in our drones. Come on, drones. Perfect. All in. We're going to jump over. We're on our last pocket of our third run today in this stream. So we have a short range suppressor sitting just above the gate. So we should be okay to just beeline it towards our cache. So he's out of range. Everything's out of range. Coming in at 2,000 kilometers a second. Should get him in range pretty darn quick. At least I think. So yeah. Perfect. Thanks for being so kind and obligingly coming close. Because we do have a little bit of a range issue. At least a drone control range issue. Okay. So he, with no shield, should drop pretty quick. Wunderbar. And if we attack our cache here. Perfect. Calling my drones. Let's see what we got for our last room here. 960,000. Some tranquils along the way. That way we can keep our kind of train here coming. So what I'm going to do real quick is I'm just going to copy this over. That was a 5.5 minute run. We got everything loaded up, so we're going to head that way. Got everything loaded into our Abyss tracker, so that is about a 5.5 minute run, like I was saying. And was a 2.345 million ISK run for us as well. We have just officially jumped out, so just over 5.5 minutes. I'm going to save return to the screen, scoot away from this trace filament, or our Abyss trace, and see what we should run next. We've got Tranquil Gamma. Got enough to run those, so we're going to flip this over to a Gamma. And as soon as the trace goes away, we're going to go ahead and get this jumped in. Trace is gone. Jump into my Gamma here, which is going to be all about explosive resistance and shield strength. So it's going to increase the shield that you have, but you're going to have a reduced resistance to explosive. Perfect. And it does look very pretty as well. They have done a wonderful job, in my opinion, on a lot of these Abyss spaces. You are a short range suppressor, so we are completely out of your range, so we're good to go. Do have our lovely striking Damovic. He is going to be basically all armor, so his shield should bleed pretty quick. And there his shield is. Just going to go ahead and throw on our afterburner as we get to approaching our bioadaptive cache here. Let's see what kind of goodies we get. So we've got a shield booster penalty. I'm going to drop my guns, going to start shooting the guns at the cache here. It is going to take some DPS off of the ship, which is causing the damage to me, but as I creep in here, I want to see what I get. And guns back on the ship. 620,000, all in Triglavian database surveys. Definitely would help if I was running my armor repper on that. I only noticed because there was a little striation of red there at the top. It could have ended very poorly. All right. So off to our transfer conduit we go. That was room 1 of our run here. And striking Damovic. Go figure. They certainly love to pack those in here. And we got a short-range suppressor sitting right in between. I don't like that. I'm going to just shoot straight up here, because it will really chew through my drones, and I'm not looking for that. So we're going to put everything on the Damovic here before we start zipping over to our Pocket 2 cache. He should go down fairly quickly, just like last time. Unless he's tanked like a brick shit house. Come on. So we're out of range there. I got to start moving this way just to keep our speed up. Well, not our speed up, but our time to completion up. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and webify him again. I'm going to take off my hoodie because it's hot. And we're fairly good to go. Okay. Come on. Go down. He's free. He's going to zip. Oh, wait. He's going to die. Kapop. Wah. Let's see if we can't get the cache down before it takes out my drones. It's obviously not going to take out my drones, but before it hits into armor, since we are sitting basically on top of it. Who Nelly? Come on, give it to me. Give me my drones. Give me my drones. Okay. No, a little bit of armor damage. Nothing too serious for us. So, we're pretty okay. Now, if I could get to the cache, that would be great. Instead of feeling like you're taking 7 million years. Thank you. All right, 912,000. Basically surveys again. I mean, T0 is going to see a lot of surveys. It's really just survey heavy. That's where your loot's going to be coming from. Or at least that's where my loot comes from. And off to our next cache here. Okay. Or not next cache, our next pocket. I'm already thinking about the loot, the juicy loot. All right, and we have a Lancer to end it off here, so this should be pretty straightforward. The Lancer can hit hard-ish, but not terribly. So we're going to send him off to the cache because the Lancer is on the other side of the cache. And now we're going to send him off to attack this Lancer here. Perfect. He just kind of hit me a little hard. Boom. Okay. Enough goofing around. But this does look sick. It's coming up. Okay. And our last can here is going to give us a mutaplasmid and 784,000 ISK worth of loots. We love to see that. I'm going to get everything copied over to my tracker on abysstracker.com. And if I can whipsaw back into him, get him pinned down, that's really what is going to do us some favors here, is to get him slowed down. I mean, kind of slowed down. I don't think I'm going to be able to catch him, though. He's going to go a lot faster than me. He's going 900, 800 versus my... Why am I still going towards the wreck? Versus my total of 800. Oh, because I didn't select over to it. Dumbass. Okay. So he's down. We're good to go. We're going to go over to our origin conduit. Perfect. Got my drones. I'm going to flip over to our tracker screen here, wait for our completion, and wait for our timer to jump back into another run. If I go ahead and jumpy jump jump. It's a 7-minute run in our Tristan here. It's going to be a 2.5 million ISK estimated loot run as well. So we love to see that money coming in. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to save. I'm going to scoot away from our Abyss Trace in game and take a look at what we have. I've got a bunch of calms. I could run an exotic and I could run a tranquil firestorm. So I'm going to jump into another exotic here. So we're going to flip this over to exotic. Going to activate and run for 3 frigates, but we're only going to have the 1 frigate. Perfect. And we are in space now. So we're going to come back over. And we've got a spark and strike needle. So nothing really to be concerned about. Sparks are going to be EM. Strike's going to be your explosives. We're going to move off into a point in space. We're going to kick in our afterburner. Perfect. What I need to do is I want Abyss Lurkers as a channel that I'm going to be in. For some reason it keeps getting deleted. But this is a fantastic channel to be in for you to communicate with people who are about the same thing. They enjoy the Abyss. They enjoy these runs. All sorts of stuff like that. And we're on to our second rogue drone. Drag you down. And as soon as they catch up, they should start putting a lot of damage onto them. We're going to just approach the can at this point. We're going to drag in our drones as well. Perfect. So now we have Tranquil Gamma. We have a 354,000 ISK can. Not good. That is a very low can. That is much lower than what we typically see out of our cans. So not necessarily what we want to see there. But still better than nothing. And got everything loaded up and we're good to go. Moving on to our second room here. And the second room is going to be our striking Damavik, and we have a short range autonomous, so we want to stay away from that. We're going to move towards the cache, because we should have plenty of room. We don't have to necessarily worry about anything about that. Let me slide up a little bit here, since I decided to attack the cache first. Makes a whole lot of sense. We're going to throw the Veb on our Damavik here, along with our drones, obviously. We've got our Repper already going, so nothing to worry about on that front. We are very, very good. Except he is now speeding up, so we're not having too much success in hitting him. Our can is going to give us 981,000 Tranquil Firestorms. It's going to let us keep running. Be real cool if we could fill up our inventory with all the goodies. I think that's going to be my mission before I log off here today, is just like fill up the inventory. Just fill it up, get it all taken care of. Absolutely love it. So we're going to call in our drones. I'm going to move over to our our second pocket here. Yes, because we don't have any on our, no, this is our last pocket. Whew. I'm going to get there. which is going to take a little while longer than the average bear. And in our last pocket here, it is just going to be some rogue drones. We don't even have any suppressors to run them through, so it is just a straight up fight, just old fisticuff style. And we should be pretty good to go in terms of that, because they have not really offered a whole lot of scare, damage, etc. And they still are not. Apart from the fact that I am basically sitting on the can. Why does it feel like I'm going so slow? I'm going to attack the can. Okay, can down. 744,000 ISK on that particular can. We're going to copy and move everything over for us. And while we're doing that, we're going to, draw in our drones, we're going to move over to our origin conduit, and then we're going to see what we're going to run next with this mighty Tristan that we have. So while we're moving on over, we're going to go ahead and take a peek-see at our, not necessarily before and after, but we did do this run in 5 minutes and 42 seconds, 41 seconds. And if we look at our estimated ISK total, that was a 2 million ISK run, a little bit lower than what our average is, which is about 2.25, but it is a place for us to look and to earn a little bit of ISK. I'm going to go ahead and run a Firestorm. We do have 4 Firestorm filaments here. We need to get out of range of everything else. Or of our other trace here, sorry. So we're out of range now, and we're going to jump into our Firestorm. As soon as we're in, we will go ahead and show what we've got, which we have the spark needles over here. We're going to move our way towards the cache. While we're doing that, throw in a reload, throw out our drones, get everything locked up. Perfect. Send it after this first drone. The closer drone, throw in our cache here. We're going to move that down a row. That way we keep everything organized. He's within range for us to start shooting and webbing. And he is down, question mark? Maybe not. Hello? There we go. Now he's down. Sweet. Moving over to our next one, we are going to take the guns off. That way I can start shooting at the cache here. Considering the drone should be doing enough damage. There it goes. Ugh, there it is. And our cache now, 930,000 ISK, a bunch of calms. There was one tranquil, so not terrible. If we continue to run along here. Okay. Perfect. Off to room number 2. The exact same room. We love to see it. Let's see. So, throw out the drones. Send them off. Slide the cache down. Exact same situation. Come on. First one's down. Move them over. Shoot the guns with a broadside. Okay. Down she goes. Off to the cashier. And we're good to go. So if we're going to try to scoop it and bounce completely out of range, because that's not the most annoying thing on the face of the planet. 794,000. We got a Tranquil Dark. 0 point condensates, because that is a nearly impossible word for me to say. And on to our last room on this here run. We are 3 minutes into the run, so we are blitzing pretty quick. Really the goal here, as it says in the title, is going to be for us to really be able to afford the Tristan. Or not the Tristan. I'm flying the Tristan, dingus. Afford the Worm. So I have skills enough to semi-fly the Worm. So if we come over to our ship tree and look at it, we have 3 and 3. We are on the skill path of being a level 1 mastery, working on level 2 mastery. Really the big thing would be getting like our warheads upgraded and stuff like that. But it's long-term, that's just kind of long-term planning here. The big thing that I need is obviously the money to buy the ship. I think that'll speed up our times significantly, because we are averaging about 5 to 7 minutes a run with these T0s in this Tristan. I could easily flip it out for a much more, not cost-effective, much higher DPS Tristan. So I could squeeze out another 30 to 40 DPS out of this Tristan. But I want to make sure that I am practicing safe piloting. That way I'm prepared to jump into more of the Tristan, or not, good Lord, Tristan is on my mind. I'm going to call on my drones just because I want the Lancer to attack me fully again. But the Worm, I want to be able to fly the Worm to peak efficiency, and I got to get some of these like mistakes out of my system before we get there. Because the Worm being 100,000 versus this Tristan being 12 to 15, 100 million versus 12 to 15 million, that is a substantially big difference. Dovak, you're really going to start seeing some progress when you hit like T3, T4, and then some T5s. I do have a Gila fit on the main that I made a video about, and you could really start pumping in like 100 to 150 million ISK an hour. Is something that's, I mean, it's high sec. It's going to be kind of hard to find that type of ISK unless you're running like incursions, which don't run all the time, whereas like you could run these all the time. It's instanced PvP is the only thing, so it can get kind of dull, is really the big thing. So, but good thought. So we have finished that run a little bit longer, as I was kind of rambling there. 6 minutes and 25 seconds. We did make 2.6 million ISK on that run. With the damage that I took on my drones, I'm going to zip to a what is this? An Athenor real quick. And I'm going to go ahead and let it repair me. Again, I don't think I'm going to try to drop anything off. I started with enough filaments to run 2 gammas. And what I'm trying to do, just for a fun little goal here, is to fill up my inventory with just all this Abyss stuff. Just as a little micro challenge here as I continue to try to make money. So I am sitting on an Athenor here in space, and it is going through repairing my drones myself, just so that I don't necessarily have to pay for my repairs. If you're trying to min-max as hard as you possibly can. Yeah, for sure. Let me... Bolligos McGee. Let me... I will... Oh, this is a great addition as well. Notepad. Being able to actually search it rather than having to look through everything. Go ahead and throw your name on here. And, yeah, let's connect afterwards. I'm on, fix my drone. While it's fixing my drone here, I'm going to pop to a real quick break. Run to the bathroom, get some things situated here at the house. Oh, bollocks. Okay. Does that make you like Irish? Bollocks. Give me just 1 minute and I will be back. It is funny. Let's see. So, our drone should be up and running. Perfect. We are good to go. I'm going to go ahead and get back to my jumping off spot. And let's see what we can actually run. Let's see. Tranquil Firestorms. We do have enough. Let's search for Tranquil. So we could do a Tranquil Gamma or a Tranquil Firestorm. I think we're going to go ahead and just do a Tranquil Firestorm. Use Tranquil Filament. Perfect. And away we go. Leroy Jenkins. And we're back into our runs here. Perfect. So we got a Skybreaker. Skybreakers are unique. You're going to need a good amount of DPS to break their tank for one. And for two, if you're a drone boat, you need to keep your drones outside of 10 kilometers. Otherwise, the electrical zap will bounce to your drones and will wipe out your drones. Whoa. So just something to keep an eye on. That little zap, it would take out the drones. I forgot. I got a little distracted there. I was goldfish momenting. It's pretty common. I don't know if you all have watched enough to notice that. But we're going to go ahead, just start kind of plinking the side of this adaptive cache. More than plinking. Taking it out with the zap. That's pretty neat. Let's see what we got in our cache here. So we got 646,000 ISK. Not too bad. Not the best either, but hey, we're getting there. And the Skybreaker is a breaking. We love that. Come on. You break a little quicker. Perfect. So we got our drones in. We are moving on to our next run here. Next run being our next room. So we got a tracking pylon that is an A-OK for us, especially as we're going to be trying to track these smaller, quicker moving targets. Let's throw out our drones. Short range, is that going to be the 15 kilometers as well? Yep. So as soon as they're outside of 15 kilometers, it really doesn't matter. One down, one to go. Right. Two down, question mark. Awesome. And there goes the cache. And in this cache, we get something. We get 742 mil, a couple more tranquils. So it's going to keep our mission or our goal here of filling up the inventory with all our crap. Drones are in, so we're going to go ahead and jump on over. And in our very last room here, we've got some blast needles. So we're going to see some explosive damage. But they should not remain on field long enough for them to really cause us a whole lot of grief, which is what we like to see. And there's one down, one to go. They're outside of the range of my stasis web of fire. Don't web the can. I have a penchant of doing that. Awesome. Down, down. And last but not least, our can containing 766. No tranquils. Not the end of the world, as we have had a pretty good amount of success. So we're going to go ahead and copy this 5-minute run, just over 5-minute run here. And if we look at it, it is a 5-minute, 20, probably 3 second run. And then we ended up with a 2.1 million ISK worth of loots on that there run, which is great. I'm going to go ahead and save it. I'm going to search for some more tranquils, and the next one up that we have enough for is going to be our exotics. So we're going to scroll back up. We're going to move over to another exotic. Scoot away from this filament trace. So how long has it been since you played Dovak? And jump we go. Okay, so we've got a Lancer, we've got a medium range suppressor. That's going to be 40,000 kilometers. 40 kilometers, or 40,000 meters, because words be hard. And where is it even at? Is it behind me? Where's it at? It's down there. Okay. So we've got to get outside of 40,000 meters, 40 kilometers. Oh, so I don't do that again. So I'm going to send off my drones, and I think as we move further and further away, we should be okay. Because if we're not sitting directly on top of the pylon, it will give us a little bit of grace, hopefully, in terms of the amount of damage it's going to be putting out on my drones. At least that's the hope. Is that going to be the case? I don't know. Yeah. Typically, at least from my observations, has been, is that the further away from the actual center or that pylon that you are, the less damage that the pylon does. And with how much damage they're taking, I'm going to go ahead and draw them in and try to bring the Lancer over here. While we're doing that, oh yeah, the square and the triangles. Dude, the triangles were like impossible. 934,000 ISK on that. So I still kept all my drones. I love the drones. Was it triangles? What was it? I can't remember exactly what it was. Yeah, it was triangles. I got to scoot away from the disruptor. Before dedicated mining ships? Are you talking about like before like the Hulk and Covetor and everything? Well, yeah, you would have to be. All right. This room is annoying. The suppressors are a drone pilot's worst enemy. Typically, it's not going to be that big a deal, but like in these little frigates, it's a fucking pain in the ass. Come on. It's just a lot more micro. All right, cool. Screw you! Largest ventures back when battleship... Oh, when you just slap a bunch of mining lasers on a rook. Or a roke. That is a minute ago. I started playing in 2011, so I've seen a number of different varying techniques. Did you sell the characters on like the bazaar or something back in the day? It did. I mean, I think even now, like, with the number of high slots that battleships have, I think you can pump out a pretty good amount. I remember Osprey mining before I could buy a barge. But I don't remember. So you were like, what, 2006? Yeah, that'll do it. Just Gotta own it at that point. Nope. Nope. Keep the drones over there. All right. Supratidal scoped entropic disintegrator. Woo! That's a mouthful. It's kind of neat. But outside of that, just a whole bunch of glorified, decayed, warp, disruptor, and scrambler blueprints. So we're getting quite a few of those. I have completely spaced out. We are on our second pocket. So we have one more pocket to go. And I think the next one that I'm going to run, I'm going to try to lock in and see what kind of time I can get. Hopefully it's a good set of spawns. And a lucid escorter should be, or escort, not escort her, should be pretty damn quick, if I'm not mistaken. Because it does not have any shields. It is all armor. Granted, I'm not shooting into the explosive hull of an exotic, right? Kinetic hull. I am shooting into that. So hopefully it goes fairly quick. Let's see. Come on. Attack it since you're on top already. Perfect. Love it. Wunderbar. 1.2 million. There we go. That's what we're talking about. And more blueprints. Dude, how many freaking blueprints do I got? Do these? Of course they don't stack. That's a good number of them, though. Let's see. So we're going to go ahead and pop on over to our Abyss Tracker here. It is a 7-minute run because I ADHD brained and completely spaced. But it was a 3.1 million ISK run. It's not too bad. So what I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to... We're back in space, so we're good to go. That was 7 minutes 13. We're going to save and view details, and then what we're going to do is we're going to look at our dashboard. We have 17 runs today for 43 million ISK. So I'm sitting on a good amount of ISK. And we love that. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. Runs within the last 7 days. We should be kind of creeping up there. Capsuleer, Commerce, or Abyss. 17 runs. We need 23 runs. In order to be first, you need 109. Good God, look at this. We're running Gilas. Okay. So Dovak, this is like what I'm talking about here. Like you can run T5s, make 150, 250 million ISK. Granted, this is probably a very blingy Gila, if I had to take a guess. So they got 1,251 Trickleavian surveys there. Worth 125 million. Their fit. Is worth a decent amount, I think. Oh yeah, 1.6 mil. Bill, pardon me, not mil. A lot of that coming from these Republic fleets. $500 million, 549 million on a multi-spectrum shield hardener. Yeah, I don't know if I would I don't know if I'd run that. I like my smooth, steady, 15-minute T4. Okay, let's get back to Tranquils. Get back to our task at hand. We did pick up a little more damage, but I think we'll be fine. So we'll go back to our dashboard. Next one up I have enough of are going to be another Gamma. And we're just going to right click, use them before you lose them. And we're going to go ahead and get jumped in. All right, so we're going to lock in on this one, see what kind of a run total we can get or a run time we can get. We do have a multi-tracking pylon. It's no problem, though, so we're going to go ahead and start moving towards the cache. They are completely out of range. It is medium, though, so it does give me a bonus. Tracking speed bonus, which isn't going to help me at all. At that point. Lock down this Damovic as hard as we can in terms of slowing him down. He's out of range, which is going to be something that we're going to see pretty regularly. Ain't no problems. He's back in range, so we're going to slow him down again. Very good. With the shield alarm, I'm going to throw on the armor repper here. We're going to bounce off the can fairly hard. Ain't no problem, as long as the Damovic goes down very quickly. Why did... Okay. For some reason, my drones dropped off, which is weird. Cash is down. We earned 413. It's a 2-minute room. It's not necessarily going very quickly, but it'll get us there. Jump, 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 jump. Come on. You know you want to. Very good. Room 2. Another striking. This is going to be a slower run than desired. Just with the back-to-back striking Damovics. But overall, not too shabby. So did you do a bunch of like mission running over the years then? I know I did all the way up to level 4s. I never wanted to do a level 5 because I never really wanted to mess with low sec. Just because I was like big chillin'. I didn't necessarily really want to do a whole lot there. But it was always interesting though. And come on, you can drop. Slow them down. And start shooting the can. Okay, Damovic's down. Can is down. Slide on in and grab my crap. Maybe. Come on. Another 2-minute room. 720,000. Yeah. See Dovek. I should be. I mean, so far I've been getting a decent amount. But yeah, Grim, I'm trying to get to T1s. Really working towards that goal for that 0 to Omega. Currently, I'm sitting on 18 million ISK liquid. And I've been kind of running a little bit throughout the day. I streamed earlier on Kick. Did about an hour earlier on YouTube and just kind of decided to move it over to a stream. Yeah, you're certainly looking in a much better spot. What do I have? I have skill catalog 1.9 million. I mean, I am also alpha, so I'll get capped at 5. So that's pretty neat. I know the Tristan's good, at least from my messings. It's not necessarily the most optimal. I know there's Kestrels can do calms, I think. Is it dark calms? But I already have a Gila, and I didn't really necessarily want to mess with more just missiles. Wanted to kind of mix it up a little bit. Even though I'm aiming for a boat that is a missile boat. Does that make sense? Right. Let's see what we got out of our last can. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, on our lurkers here, like there is a bunch of different fits that technically could. It's not necessarily exactly what I'm wanting to do. All right, let's get out of space here. And as we look at it over here, it's going to be about a 7-minute run. As soon as it calculates. Bueller. I know I made money. There it is. 2 million ISK run. Not necessarily the best, but it is what it is. Oh, no. I appreciate the offer for the daily alphas. I'm trying to, like I've got like a trillion ISK on the mains. I'm doing it for the fun. I appreciate the offer though, Dovek. Okay. So we throw that, we save that run, and then yeah, like you've got, if we look at alpha fits, you got your succubus, you got hookbills, punisher. Hookbill could do like a dark, T1 dark. The worm can really do a bunch of them. Electrical filaments are going to be like the most expensive. Is another reason I'm not necessarily looking for like the Punisher or for like a slasher or something like that. I'm trying to keep that the overhead a little bit low in terms of being able to run these consistently, you know. But my goal today is to get the ISK for the worm. And also like a little side goal, side fun is just, run. I brought enough filaments to run 2. And my goal is just to continue to run until I have the cargo hold filled, running these T0s. Just a side little micro goal along the way. So if we jump back over here and looking at my filaments that I have in the cargo bay, the only one I can run is going to be a gamma. So basically what we just ran. I'm going to go ahead and get that activated and jumped in. What's kind of your play style, Grim? Oops, I got it out of range. of my filament. Okay. Jump, and away we go. And, well, we're a little early. Okay. Pretty straightforward. Sparks and strikes, so explosives and EM throughout our drones. Throw on that afterburner. They are almost within range. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. Oh, that day one Holland would probably be interesting. I mean, you're gonna like that. Just like those little micro moments of like how new players would make their ISK type things and like continuing to grow and stuff, and yeah. Day one faction warfare, just going out and just camping on a beacon. That's pretty funny. You got a YouTube as well? That sounds fun. 619. Basically all surveys. On our way to the gate. Throw a reload in there. Yee. What's the name? I always enjoy watching. Like LaRue is pretty funny. Zach finally came back to Eve. Well, finally, he obviously had a lot of things going on in his own personal life. But it's good to see him back. It's fun watching a little Eve content when you're not necessarily in the mood to play it. It definitely is a different breed of person, though. Why did only half of them go? Either way, it'll be fine. Cool. This is a godsend. Notepad. Love the search function. Add you to my little list there. Appreciate you. Thanks for stopping by as well. It's always nice having a fellow player to chat with. 827,000 ISK. Make our way over here. For sure, my friend. Oh. Got a little carried away. Can't quite jump yet. Why? Oh. I packed up my drones too soon. That's why my brain was like, let's jump. Come on. Triglavian ships spool up. We need to take them out. Granted, I could be speed tanking a little bit, but meh. Why do my drones stop attacking? Or did I never start them again? I think I never started them again. 100% never started them again. What a freaking genius. Perfect. Let's get to moving this away. Started wanting to pick up a little bit of speed for that speed tank. That way he wasn't just chewing me alive. Let's see. Perfect. There we go. All right, and the Lancer to finish us off. So he's going to be a little bit of a chunky boy. Throw out our drones, start attacking. Is within my 40,000 kilometer range, or 40 kilometer range, 40,000 meters, because I can't keep my brain straight between meters and kilometers. Good old American. All right. We're going to freaking hammer him. These guys usually are a pain in the ass for me. So I'm not going to let him get out of range, because once he's out of range, he's just ever so slightly faster than me. I can never catch up to him again. So I think it makes the most sense to just straight up approach. Maybe not the most, but a approach. So he's attacking my drones, which leaves me free. Drone Lancers down. Good to go. So we'll send off our drones to our money pot. Perfect. And call in our drones and head off and collect our goodies. Come on. What do we get here? Last but certainly not least, 945,000, which is our closest to the million here. At this point, we're going to copy all that over. It's a 7-minute run because, you know, can't keep focused. And with everything thrown in there, it is a 2.45 million ISK run. So 2.5 million ISK there, 7 minutes. And so like 15, 20 mil an hour. Not necessarily where we want to be, but getting that worm will definitely step us up. Perfect. So what I'm going to do real quick, do have a little bit of damage on the drones. I'm going to go tether. And while I'm tethered, I'm going to step away for just a second. And I will be right back. So I'm going to run just a quick little 3-minute ad or 3-minute little break. I probably won't get an ad, but I'm going to run a 3-minute break. And I'll be right back. Alrighty. So we are back. I am going to go ahead and get this saved over here. And then I'm going to view details, just kind of take a peek, see where we're at now in the day based on our estimated profits. So there's donuts. Whoa, that's an expensive loss. We're going to look at our dashboard. We've made 19 runs, 4.7 million. Not too bad. If we then look at our daily, whoa, too close. We're averaging a 22 million-isk per hour, roughly. So, not too shabby. And if we search our tranquils, the only one I have now is an electrical. I haven't run any electricals in this particular boat, but I think we should be able to very easily conquer this as well. So I'm going to go ahead and get this deployed. Activate, activate, and get jumped in here. And see if we can't prove whether or not this particular boat will run the electrical as well. I don't anticipating it not being able to, but you never know. So this could be a little more than we might have bargained for. It is a capacitor bonus, so it's a much faster recharge on the capacitor, and it's going to be a EM pain based on the filament or the weather. One struck, took out the entire armor. Our armor's getting melted as well, or our shield and armor were. Let's throw the web on him just to slow him down. I may have messed up. Okay. I didn't mess up too badly, but that took a while for those reps to catch. That was a little nerve-wracking. Okay. So we'll bring in our drones. Plink the side of this freaking cache a couple more times and see what we get out of our very first opening. It's a, ooh, 1.7 mil. Outside of the studio, we got a mil. Looks like a lot of that coming from our databases. So, that's a nice little find there. We'd love to see it. What I'd love to see would be more tranquil types. That way I can maybe run something other than these expensive 100,000 ISK per filament. Okay, striking Damovic. We know what this is. It's a heavy armor. Gonna take a while to chew through type of a situation. So his shield's gone. And we're making a pretty good dent. Okay, I really want to make sure that he just remains webbed. And I can move over my guns to start hitting the cache here. We're going to bounce fairly hard. Boom. That's fine. As long as we just get some good stuff. We got some tranquils. We'd love it. Love it, love it, love it. Almost a mil in filaments, basically. We're going to start moving towards our transfer conduit. Pew! last pocket. What are we going to get? A Lancer. So again, this is going to be one that we're really going to want to just approach. That way we can keep him locked down with our web, because he does go just ever so fast, slightly more fast than me. So as soon as he's within range, perfect. We got him pinned down at this point, and we'll just approach. That way we continue to keep him locked up. As long as he doesn't eat me alive in terms of my armor, I should be in a pretty good spot. At least I hope. Alright, yeah, he's going down. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Off to the cache we go. Make you kind of small here. Great. And away we go to grab the loots. A little over a 5-minute run here. Gonna reload in while we're kind of cruising around. 670,000 ISK. Let us make that long. I want it by estimated price just because I like to see the most expensive stuff on top. Make you a little bit bigger, that way I can see your quantities as well. Control A, Control C. We're going to then slide over to our Abyss tracker here as we move towards the origin conduit. About a 6-minute run. Now that all said and done, 2.6 million ISK. So overall, pretty good. I would much rather not run these electricals for a couple reasons. Like one, again, they're 100,000 ISK a piece. I think I'd get much more if I just sold them. Granted, it's a little hard to say when, you know, got a 2.6 million ISK return on that, but is what it is. Personal preference. Tranquil. Looks like we got enough for a gamma here. So we'll flip it over to a gamma. And we're going to scoot away from the trace that we have. Rocking and rolling here. And once that trace goes away, we can actually launch into another run. We are at 30 cubic meters of shit of our 140. So we're getting fairly close to filling that completely up. And off we go into our gamma. And let's see what we get. So we got a striking Damavic, and as I do say every time, get them off the field as soon as possible. Looks like I'm in a speed cloud. Make sure we'll turn on the afterburner. Launch our drones. Get to work on our Damavic here. See if we can't slow him down while we're at it. Yep, snagged him. He's going to be out of range here really quickly. But we should get his shields down before. Looks like we did. And we're sitting on the cache. Let's slow him down, since he's right here with us. Is he not attacking? He just did no damage, basically. Kind of cooking. And pop. Since we're sitting on the cache, bringing in the drones will allow me to attack as well. Our first cache is going to give us a dark filament and some ISK. I didn't quite see the total because I blacked out, I guess. Okay. And off to room 2 we go. We got our shield ops, so it'll give us more shield hit points. Nope. Reduces the time for our shields to recharge. For some reason, I got that completely mixed up. If we look at our suppressor, it is going to be behind me. So we really want to just move towards the cache. That way we can fire off our drones without worrying about losing them to the suppressor and its million ball bearing shots. Better good. Cache is down. We'll go ahead and just realign with that and start approaching the cache. Throw on our web, slow them down. There's one. And here is 2. Pew pew. Give me the goodies. I want the goods. Give me the goods. I won. What is that? That's Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Tranquil Exotic. So we got some more Tranquils coming in. That's exactly what we need to see to keep our run going here. Of just trying to survive and continuing to run and run and run until I stuff the cargo hold completely full. Bum, 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 bum. Come on. Perfect. We got the drones. Thought I forgot drones for a minute. That would have been bad. Okay, and we are in the last room with a very straightforward room. Just shoot towards the cache. The drones are on the other side of the cache, so that will lead me to want to shoot the cache first. Since we are moving that direction, we're just going to click behind it instead of approaching. That way we don't ever slow down. Perfect. Now we're off to the drones. And as soon as they're in range, there he is. He's in range. We're going to pin him down and just lay the ever-loving smack down on him. And off to the second drone. He is in range. Great. Give me the goods. Give me the goods. All the goods. What do we get? 720 and no filaments. Okay. Could be worse, could be better, you never know. Okay, so we started to attack my drone. Gonna bring him in. Control, copy everything. And then we flip over to our tracker here. We are at a 5 minute and 14 second. 15, 16, 5:16, and a 1.7 million ISK run. Not the best, but we carry on. We look for our next Tranquil run. We have Tranquil Darks and Tranquil Firestorms. I'm going to go ahead and go for a Firestorm. I don't like Darks. I mean, we could... You know what? Screw it. We're going to run a Dark. Just for proof of concept that this ship or that this fit can and will run it. Now we're going to have to be hyper vigilant in terms of making sure that our tracking is good, that we're webbing down targets. We do have a attacking pacifier. So base speeds are going to be up in our darks and our... Did I do a fire? Yep, I did a firestorm. Duh. What a dummy. All right, we got to get that going ASAP. Really ASAP. Let's throw on the afterburner as well to start to mitigate some of this damage. Holy smokes. Get the hay out of here. Okay, so we are out of gun range. So we're going to take the guns off. We're going to slide this drone in and start shooting at the cache. And that should put us in a good spot. As long as they keep taking him out. We earned $1 million ISK on that. A lot of surveys again. He's taking out my drone. No! Stop it! Baby, come back. Come back close. There you go. Reload. Have 342 shots left. Okay, he's back from outer space. Can I pin him down? Yeah. Suck it. I'm sucking it. Jesus criminy. He hits like a freaking truck. Great. We got our drones, we got our goods. We squeaked just barely outside of range. Perfect. Off to room 2 on the Firestorm. That was meant to be a dark run. What do we get? Striking Damavik, short range suppressor in between. I'm going to go down. It shouldn't be too much of an issue because it should be like too far away. But you never know. Just continue to give it a little bit of space. Space can be good. Cool. So that should be fine. We are out of range. I would rather kind of plink the side of the cache. Just keep the ball rolling, move in that direction. We got to slow down our Damavik here. Great. Let's grab what we can grab. Let's see what it is. Half a mil, some Tranquil Exotic filament. We look at our tranks. Got a couple that we can run here. We love to see it. This keeps our challenge rolling here where we're trying to fill up our cargo space full of all this crap. Bring in the drones. Great. Moving on. Last room. Okay, so we've got our Lancer. Also, the room looks spectacular. This is freaking cool. Okay. So we'll keep approaching. That way we can put the Habersnatch on him and slow him down and just kind of sit on him. Otherwise, he runs just a little bit ahead of me, and I can't catch him. And it's just really a big wait and see. not really a sea because we're literally sitting on top of him. He's going to melt. We'll move over to our adaptive cache. Get that locked up. Better grape. Send off the drones. This is a 6-minute run. Get our drones back. And earn our 685,000 is calm, tranquil. Got a couple tranquils that we can continue to use on our run here. So as we do go ahead and then get all this copied over and our way off to the origin conduit, we are sitting at about a 7-minute run. Finished off another firestorm and earned 2.4 million ISK as soon as we get out of here. And there it is. Off we go. Jumpy jump. Indeed, 7 minutes. All right. So we're going to go ahead and get that save and view the details again. We then quickly jump over to my Tristan here. Great. Break even points 50 minutes on this Tristan fit. Two and a half mil ISK an hour using it. Overall pretty good. I don't know why it still says untested. So if you know why that says untested, let me know. Because like, obviously this is tested. Oh wait, we need to update this. So we're gonna go to me, and we're gonna go to my fits, and we got to make a edit. Promote this fit. No. Change you to a multi-filament Tristan. Next. And you did run a electrical. Great. You basically ran everything except a dark. I mean, you're gonna be able to run a dark, which is a-okay. So we have 22 runs for 54 million ISK today. I do have 28.5 sitting in the cargo hold right now. If I look at my tranquils, and I think we pulled the trigger on that dark. So we go over to dark. We actually make sure that we trigger the right one. And like I said, we need to make sure that we are webbing things down in this particular one because there is a tracking penalty with darks. You're going to have more speed, but you're going to lose some tracking. So now that we are in, we're going to go ahead and get this rocking and rolling. So we are going to gain 50% velocity, but we're going to have a 30% turret optimal and fall off penalty. So not necessarily tracking, it is going to be a range. So instead of a 12 kilometer fall off, we are at an 8.3 kilometer. But our drones should be a-okay. Okay. And he is getting melted. Come on, there he goes. I gotta find some royalty-free music or something. Let's see. Yeah, you are melting. Actually, don't we have music in here? music. Let's see what we get. Come on. Oh, duh. Uh, 1.7. Another really good one. That looked like it, because of the Skinner, we got a really good jump. 7 starving Lashaks. Woof. Okay. We got our drones. We're going to move over to our next conduit here with the speed bonus. We're going to be moving 1,200 meters a second. Okay, we got a devoted. We're going to shoot right for the devoted. And our drone's launched up. Perfect. You are within our 14. Now keep in mind, this guy is going to hit like a tank. This devoted is very powerful in terms of DPS. He will be, since he is Sancha, as we can tell, he is going to be very heavy EM and thermal. As you can see, the hits coming in. I'm going to orbit him around the 5,000. Now that's not necessarily going to do us any good in relation to him specifically, because he is also a frigate, so he's going to track fairly well. It's just... Yep. Hit the repairs. Emergency buttons. Okay. Not cool. Don't appreciate. Come on, don't do it again. Whew. Dog. I hate that. Like I said, they hit like a tank and they make me my toes curl every time. All right, so not really a whole lot. Look like just primarily surveys. Now if we go to the next room. And as we get there, we're going to throw in a reload. We got everything picked up. We're good to go. And we're in our final room. With us in our final room here, we are going to just shoot towards the bioadaptive cache. This is kind of the end of our current run in this dark, proving that this fit can run a dark. It did get a little sketchy there with the hunter, but there's not a whole lot you can really do from that other than just continue to fight. Let me turn this up just a hair. Looked like it was a little low. Okay, so we're going to bounce off the cache. Great. Boing! We're going to start shooting the cache. Slow down the drone. Pew pew. Okay. Then he is taking out my drone, so we're going to drop the drone in, and while we're doing that, we're going to pick up the cache. It's going to be 985,000. We've got some tranquils that are going to allow us to continue running through our little micro challenge here, filling up our cargo hold of stuff. Took a little bit of damage there on our drones. Most of it is going to be shield damage, so they will regenerate. And as we flip over to our tracker here, drop in our loot. It is a 3.3 million ISK run. It is going to take us about 5 minute 40, 5 minute 45. So just under 6 minutes to finish this run. So not too bad overall. We are approaching the 60 million ISK made today. So we love to see that. So we're going to go ahead, save and return. I'm going to search for any, looks like we can run an exotic. So pull out the exotic here. Great. Just waiting for the trace to vanish. That way we can run it. Trace is gone, so we're going to launch into our exotic here, which should be easy peasy lemon squeezy. And, oh, that looks great. All right, so we got a striking Demovic. The exact same situation as before. Take them out, burn it with fire. We don't want them. They are deadly. Out of range, don't necessarily need to be messing with that. They are in range now. Perfect. So let's just put all the DPS on him. That way we can drop him as quickly as possible. Okay. Yeah. You are hurting me. I am hurting you too. It's a two-way street. And getting fairly close to the cache. We'll slow him down so our drones are consistently hitting him. And perfect. Cache is down. We are getting 820,000 ISK. Tranquil Dark. And there goes our enemy. We're going to make our way to the transfer conduit. Better grape. While we're moving, we're going to throw in a reload. How much do we have? We have 146 bullets left. And everybody's in. Good to go. Moving on. Okay, we've got another striking. The exact same setup as the last room. Send them after him from the get-go. Okay. Throw the lockdown on him and start shooting as well. Perfect. As a reminder, if you are enjoying the stream, a like goes a long way. I really appreciate you all. Okay, come on, do your thing, finish it up. Take him out. Shouldn't have taken the drones off, but you know, why not? Finish off the cache. Perfect. Move back over. One cycle. That's going to give us a lot of tranquils, actually. 3 tranquils. We love to see it. It's going to continue to let us run on our pseudo mission here of just making as much ISK as we can from the supplies that we've made or earned from our first 2 runs, or from funding 2 runs. Okay. So we are going to our second room here. Perfect. And middle room of our run is a very yellow room. What are we even running? Exotics. So we need to be shooting into the kinetic hole, which our drones and our guns already do. We have 47% or 47 HP shooting off to the exotic or into the kinetic hole. Let's send off our drones rather than getting distracted, which is something I am notorious for. It's a habitual problem. Okay. He's down. Another one bites the dust. Choo-choo. And down. Last but certainly not least, our cash, our money, our profit is all mine. About 100 or about a mil. So we got a couple more tranquils to keep us rocking and rolling, like I keep mentioning. We did start, I don't remember what we started at. I think we started at like 15 cubic meters of inventory used. So we are making a dent in terms of my little micro goal of filling up our cargo space. Whoa, that was a very big lag. That made me kind of nervous that I was going to be crashing. Let's go ahead and get this moved over, added, and see what we made on that particular run. It was a 5.5 minute run, and we made 2.5 million ISK. We are making some pretty solid progress. Let's look and see what we can run. We can run Firestorms or another Dark. Tell you what, it's going to drive everybody a little bit nuts, including myself, but I'm going to update my fit one more time, owing to the fact that this bad boy has now officially ran every single one of the filaments out there. So let's do. So you should be good to go. Right there. Great. How many runs have I done on this? 30? I feel like I've done more than 30. Yeah, maybe not. My performance. I guess it is. Huh. How about that? Average run, 6 minutes. Break even is in 8 runs. You know, that's pretty darn good. Like, that's very alpha friendly in my mind, but it's personal preference. So yeah. Let's jump back over to us. We have ran 24 runs today for 60 million. We are going to get ready to rock and roll a Firestorm. We do have enough to run one Firestorm, hopefully 2 by the end of this first one. And get that going. And we'll make the jump. Activate! Go Power Rangers. Awesome. So, attacking pacifier is going to hit us very hard. It is going to get very nerve-wracking. We are going to keep up our speed. Those are my 3 things that you need to know. Eesh. Eesh. Let's throw an orbit in on him. Just to try to make sure that I can keep him webbed down without him killing me. My armor's dipping quite a bit. Come on. You know you want to slow, or you know you want to... get in range so I can web you down. No? Okay. That's cool. You're going to die anyways. Ooh, I wasn't paying close enough attention. You about took out my drone. Let us head off to our loots. We're going to send the drones in first. While we're going that way, we're going to click behind it. If it will let me. That way I don't slow down when it blows up. Very good. And we are very well on our way. We do have a little bit of slow boating to go to grab our rewards. gives them to me. You are going to give me 739,000 ISK, a couple tranquils for us to continue. Lovely. What is that? Ooh. Something I didn't even recognize I got. Got so much of it. It's a good problem to have. Oh, once we land, I need to throw a reload. How much ammo do I have? 146. Down to 34. Where's the short range at? Where are you at, sir? You are right above me. So we really want to be moving this way and hope that we can pin down this Lancer. That way we can apply our DPS. Thought I sent them in. Okay, perfect. We've got the Lancer in our grasps so that we should be able to hold on to them and make sure that we are taking them out. Maybe? Yeah. We're still working. It's looking good. At least hopefully. He's going to go down without a fight. Not even making my shield alarm blare at me. Love it. Great. Then we're going to move on to our cash, get our rewards. Kerplow. Great. Back-to-back greats. We love it. Slow boating. Okay. Let's see what we get. 1.1 mil. 1.2 mil, actually. That's really good. Perfecto. That's awesome. And get rid of these fits here. We are 5 minutes. This is a transfer conduit. We're only halfway through this run. Huh. Was it because we had a Lancer to start with? That's possible. Short range suppressor is... I saw it right next to me. Let's approach the Demovic. Launch our drones. Send them off on attacks. That way they remain out of range of that pylon. He's moving in at 3,000 meters a second. We'll get him webbed down and attacked. Should fall apart very quickly. Hopefully. Today. Okay, so the web fell off. We'll remove the guns while we're at it and shoot the guns on over here. Throw the web back on them. That way we make sure our drones are making solid contact. Clear. Okay, let's see what we got out of this last one. Uh, 814,000 Tranquil Dark. And from there, I'm going to drop this in, and we're going to take a look at our run here while we bring in our drones and head towards the transfer conduit. This is going to be about a 7.5 minute run and a 2.7 million ISK return on our investment here. This is a lovely spot to be in. And off we go to home. 721. 22 was our run. I'm going to save return and see what we can run next with our multi-filament Tristan. We can do Firestorm. We could do Exotic, Dark. Let's do a Exotic. Oh, crap. Wrong buttons. Falling apart. Hitting everything incorrectly. Okay. We are back to running them in an Exotic. We've got a Striking Damovic. Just got to put the DPS down, or put the lead down range basically at him. Don't know why I have one idle. But we're going to save our bullets and our gun for our caches, as we are kind of running out. Well, not really running out, but running out on our little micro challenge here. In fact, let's just reload. That leaves us with 6. 6 total charges for us to shoot. Honestly, is what it is. Let's actually throw on the afterburner instead of slow boating everywhere. Cool. We are in an Exotic, so that's not going to mess up our optimal ranges, like when we were running the Dark. And kerplow. There's everything. We just need to wait for the Damovic to get taken out. That is a 1,000,000 ISK room. We love to see that. Those are those numbers that make us continue to drive forward. It's fantastic, rather than the 300,000 ISK rooms, which basically just pays for the filament to make the run happen. All right, so we're slowly getting there. And then, let's see, jumpy jump, we're into our second room. What do we get? Lucid Escorter, or Escort. Don't be an escort. Don't be doing none of that. I'm dumb. All right. Away you go. We'll be moving towards the cache here. Shake the whole screen. Okay. That was a little aggressive. He is going to be all armor, so the kinetic should strip through him pretty quick. So by the time we get to the cache, he should be down. Baby, he's going too fast. Okay. I did the thing. Grunt hard enough and it happens. Okay. Perfect timing. Let's see what we get. That is a 911,000 ISK room, more blueprints, and a Calm Gamma. Off to our transfer conduit. We do have our drones locked up, so we will load the very last of our ammo. I'm just curious, how many, we have 1.5 meter squared worth of blueprints, so we have 15 total blueprints from our 2 hours worth of playing here. I threw that out of order. I do like to have that in terms of estimated price. And then I want to see the quantities. Perfect. So I've got a short range suppressor right next to me. So we are fine to shoot towards the cache. We're going to throw that out. Throw our drones out. And take out the Damavic. Damavics do spoil up. Which is a really cool mechanism within the game. A lot better than the breacher pods that just like take you out. That is a not died to it yet, but it's kind of sketchy. I know a lot of MMOs have dot or damage over time, but it's just one of those weird ones to wrap my head around. Okay. And perfect. Thank you. Gonna give me 681,000, a Tranquil Firestorm, and another blueprint. Imagine that. Holy shnikes. Okay, we're gonna grab everything, move it over to our tracker, and as they take them out, we will be able to recall drones and immediately jump. So while we're waiting on drones are in, moving over to our Abyss tracker here, adding a new run. We completed this run in 5 minutes and 39 seconds. It did net us 2.6 million ISK. So another lovely little pocket of money. If I look at my Tranquils, I can run another Firestorm, I guess. Except we've got to slide away from it. The one that we're on right now. Great. Let's make sure that we are keeping it on distance. Jumping in. And we're in. Go figure, another striking Damavic. The absolute randomness of these are just incredible. The data points are proving that there is no randomness, basically. Okay, so we got them webbed down. Love to see it. As a reminder, if you are enjoying, a like goes a very long way. Let's throw on that afterburner since I forgot to click it on since we're in a new room or a new run. We are about to strip out of a range of him. Let's, turn on the armor repper as well. Good Lord. Good thing I noticed it then rather than when he was actually making better contact. So we are about in range to start shooting our gun. We're going to start plinking at it. There's one and two, and here comes the drones. They take them out. I pop the drones in the drone bay, and I see what we get. I hit it like 17 times. Come on. Yeah, 400,000 ISK. Like, come on. It's got to be something better than that. Okay. Off to our second room, and hopefully we get a better return on this coming one, or on this new pocket, this new room. And maybe not a striking Damavic. That way we can get a little bit of, what would you say, uniqueness. Okay, hey look, another striking Damavic with a medium ranged autonomous suppressor behind me. So, let's just boot, scoot, and boogie our way out of here. Yeah, come on. I have them targeted. What? Like, Did I not turn up the music? Is music turned off somewhere else? Advanced audio? No, I just want music, master volume. Let's leave master volume at 60. You can certainly hear status effects a little bit more. Throw on our web, start plinking at the cache here as we sit on top of it. There the cache goes. Nobody knows that it is a million ISK. We get a dark, 0 point condensates, and 8 of the red loots. We're going to make our way over to the transfer conduit at this point. Okay. Call in our drones as we make our way to our final room of this particular run. I don't even know what run we're on right now. Got the drones in, got everything. We will need to reset or not even necessarily reset, but what I'm trying to say is we'll need to go restock with some more charges. But I'm going to leave the tranquil filaments in my inventory after this run. That way we can continue to basically not have to pay for these as we're just running on what we get. Especially with this fit that can run all of the T0 sites. Bounce. Great. That's going to give us 579,000. I'm going to copy that. Move it over. Make our way to the origin conduit here. And just start shooting at him because we are going to restock. Okay. There he goes. Great success. Now, if we move over to our abyss tracker as we do go back to our known space area, there's going to be a just under 6 minute run. And that netted us 1.9 million ISK. I'm going to run to my home station here, start dropping some of this stuff off. We got about half of our inventory loaded worth of stuff. Overall, it's been a pretty good, effective day in terms of generating us our ISK to hop into the worm. We're going to save run and view details. Going to pull up my dashboard here. Oh, now I get music. Okay, let's take a look, stack everything up, show our wares. So we did get 19 different blueprints from our run today, or our runs today. We got a decent amount of comms worth only 1 million ISK. What is a comm? Yeah, comm electrical is stupid cheap. A lot cheaper than the tranquil electrical. Interesting. So we're going to throw those in our inventory as well. And then we're going to look at all of our decayed. There's only 139,000 ISK estimate. And then lastly, our red loot is going to be 31 million. We love that. Our materials are going to be 5.8, 5.9 million. And then just random junk is 1.5, 1.6 mil. We currently are sitting on, 74 million approximated value, 50 mil roughly, being able to instantly liquidate to cash. So we love to see that. If we then look at our tracker so far today, we do have a very bright green. We have run 27 runs for almost 68 million ISK today. If we look at our total runs, we have 69 total runs. Nice. Average loot of 2.3 and total loot garnered or gained of 160 million total ISK. If we look at our ISK per hour today, it's been 23.3 roughly, based on immediately jumping in and without anything else. So overall, it's been a really good day. What I need to do is I need to take a little break, rest my voice, get some hot cider, and I will be right back after a 5-minute break. So I'll see everybody at, about 34-ish. And I hope to see you all back here shortly. Alrighty. Really appreciate everybody's patience there. Going on 2.5 hours, voice gets a little tired. So good. All right. So we left things off on our reloading. So let me get some more ammo in the tank here. I'm going to go ahead and throw in a repair as well to repair our drones. 385 million ISK. And we're going to move you down here. And you are going to... Let's actually just move any and all tranquils, except the fact that I've got a whole shitload of them for electrical. So I don't really have any tranquils that I can take out onto the field here. So we're just going to leave that the way that it was. And start a new run and undock and get to my jumping off point here. We're going to throw in a reload while we're at it. Oh no. Well, the music is a little goofy. But I had two different ammo types. Or one was Caldari, one was Federation Navy. So that's going to cause a little bit of a problem. Also, the janky music, the cutting in and out, is going to drive me a little nuts too. So we're going to turn that down just a little bit. Let's make sure that I don't lose my mind entirely, because it's very possible. Yo, Eve. All right. As much as I want to have the music on, I think I'm going to need to restart before we're able to do that. But in any case, let us take a look at what we have here in terms of filaments for us to run. We're going to jump right back in, except we're going to be doing a firestorm this time. So without further ado, I'm going to get that launched for myself and activate. And as soon as we're in, we're going to go ahead and throw the shrimp on the Barbie and find ourselves facing another freaking Damovic. This is a Damovic day. What a Damovic. So just focus fire him. Obviously with only one, you're not going to do anything else other than focus fire the one person that you have. So we're going to get him targeted, locked up, and slowed down now that he's within our range. Great. So we're going to start plinking on him. Tell you what, why don't we use the Caldari Navy? That way we burn that stockpile first. That way I don't have two different ammo types just kind of chilling in there, because it's going to mess with my OCD. Do I actually have OCD? No. Do I have tendencies where I like things organized? Yes, absolutely, which I think is totally normal. All right, there's the cash down. So what do we get? We get 877,000, a couple tranquils for us to continue our running here, which is very, very good. We're going to continue to make our way to the transfer conduit. And hopefully our reps catch in time, as he is kind of spooling up here for me. Get the drones back in. Drones are are in. We are jumping. We are walking here. Okay, blast needles are going to be explosive damage. We are totally fine here. If we look at our fit real quick, like explosive, we are 50%. So we love it. We're going to be shaving off half of their damage right off the gate. Right out of the gate. Very, very good. They're in range, so we're going to start pinning them down. One down, two down. Maybe. Hello? Go down. Thank you. Thank you for listening. And come on, you can do the thing. There you go. We bounced right before, so we're going to be out of range, which is unfortunate. But we are back in range. That is an 860,000 ISCAN. We got a Rodiva blueprint, which is going to be awesome for us. I think it was worth some money last I knew. Let's view an industry. Rodiva is going to be worth 50 mil. Not nearly as much as what I was thinking it was. But it did get us something. You're quite welcome. All right, so we got drones in. Federation Navy reload. And a jump, a jump, a jump. We are on our last room of our return from break. Perfect. It's always just going to eat up some time. This is the guy that we're going to want to approach and just sit on. That way he's not like running away from our drones, moving too fast. I think somebody just knocked at my door. Give me a sec. Nope, just a little wind. Okay. Let's go ahead and throw some lead at him too. Well, antimatter. Yeah, antimatter at him. We're going to make our way to our transfer conduit. Not our transfer conduit, our cache. Make our money. Pew. And away we go. We're going to click behind them. Pull in our drones. It's crazy to think that that movie came out so long ago, Grim. It was, what, 30 years before I was, roughly 30 years before I was even born. We got about 100 mil, or I wish 100 mil. We got a mil on that can. So we are at our origin conduit, which means it's time to check over in on our tracker. So it is almost a 7-minute run, losing a little bit of efficiency. About 3 hours into the stream. Oh no, I forgot to make the adjustment. So it's saying that I lost a whole boatload of money. That's not good. So we're going to go ahead and jump. And we're going to fix this. So you are gone. You're gone. You're gone. You're gone. You guys are gone. Y'all are gone. And same with y'all. Perfect. Problem solved. Winning. Except we need to add our ammo in. Cool. So 7-minute run. That was 2.7 million ISK. Not too bad overall. So we're going to go ahead and hit our save and return. Going to search for more tranquils. And I think, what do we got? We got enough for a gamma. Let's stack our inventory to make it look a little bit better. That way I can read it. So we need, we're going to run an exotic because that is the one that we have exactly 3 of. And jump our way in. Perfect. We're going to change you over to exotic while we're at it and head towards our cache. Okay, so you should be coming in really quick. Perfect. You are in range. We're going to pin you down. We're going to take you out. Great. Next. All while we're moving towards the cache. To make our cache. Okay. Better good. Don't know why I'm shooting. I'm wasting ammo. Gonna grab our goodies. Bring in our drones. Oh, come on. There we go. 436. Not a very good cache there for us. But, I mean, it's like picking up a quarter off a sidewalk. It's money I didn't have. Okay. Off to our room number 2. That seems a little loud. I'm going to turn that down just a hair. Got some blast needles. Very standard room again. Just need them to come into range and we'll be good. All right. So we should be able to blitz through this. Ain't no worries about a thing. Perfect. And next. All right. So we're going to bounce real hard. We're going to make our way back to it and destroy it. Call in our drones. Get 431 and more blueprints. Yay! Now, if they're like ship blueprints, that would be an actual yay. But like these mutaplasmid blueprints are getting kind of nutty. I don't know. Anybody think that they truly have value? Like, what does that even? Use blueprint. Make 1.4 mil. Cost me 1.1 mil. And no value. Onto our last room here. Let's see. Spark strike, medium suppressor. Where's that suppressor at? The suppressor I am sitting on top of. In fact, why don't we just go towards it and let it do the heavy lifting for us? We'll just put that. We'll just lock that bad boy up. We'll go sit in the middle of this thing. While we do that, though, let's maybe lock it up. See what's happening to them. I'll start kind of attacking that. They should be coming within range. Perfect. So we ain't gonna really waste any. Oof, that was a heavy hit. Let's see what we get. And we won't throw a fit unless it's dog stuff. Alright, 800. Really not a good run overall, to be honest. Drop all you in. Okay. So 1.5 million ISK run. So really, really not good overall. Like in the grand scheme of things, this is about half of what we typically are going to be pulling in. Why does it feel like you are attacking? What? Okay. No more screwing around. They're causing too much damage. Pete, I am getting close. I have probably the ISK. I think, what was it? Grim, correct me if I'm wrong. I think I had like 70 mil stacked up worth of crap at the station. So we're getting relatively close. 70 mil, and I'm sitting on like 20. So I think within the next, hour or so, I should be having that worm. Also, hopefully the shops were good and that there was no traffic for you when you left. Okay. With the amount of damage I just took on my drones, I'm going to go ahead and warp to a refinery real quick and let that do its thing in terms of repairing me. Oh, what I could do. Let me open up Jeeve Assets real quick. See what that brings me. Okay, can I drag that over here? You can, but you can't see it. So we're going to update our values. And Bueller. Okay, there it is. Updated values. We're going to open up our worth and our maybe not our tracker, our values. Currently, my total net worth on Capsuleer Abyss is 116 million ISK. So we are very close. Our wallet balance is 17, and my assets are sitting at 94 million. Again, about 70 of that It's just stuff I can sell. Well, 50 of it is red loot, to be more exact. So, almost there. Really long tangent to get there. I'm sorry. Okay. So, the drone is almost repaired. It is at 70%. This takes a while. It's almost... It would be much more time efficient if I actually... Yeah, right now I'm actually out in space. To where, like, I could be easily hunted down. I'm sitting on a refinery getting some free repairs. At this point, I am going to be zipping back to my jumping off spot. Thanks for letting me know, though, because I have done that before. Let's see. So I've got 11 dark filaments. I think I'm going to run some darks here. So we're going to flip you over to dark. Great. And we're going to go ahead and launch those for myself here. And jump in. And once we get in space, perfect. There we go. Okay, so we got a medium autonomous suppressor sitting on the activation gate, or on the transfer gate. So we're going to go to the right. Just to make sure that we stay out of range. He's going to be coming in real quick like. Especially in the dark, because it does give us that 50% velocity bonus. Throw the web on him again and the guns. Just so that we can make sure that we're taking him out. Let's take the guns off. Start shooting at the money cache here. Should go down. Oh, couldn't have popped it. That would have been great. Instead of making me bounce. Uh, 800,000 ISK. It's very good. Let's go ahead and get that going again. And we did get a little close to... Oh my god. Freaking went after the suppressor. Which they should already have focus fire. Let's turn off auto attack, because that seems to have caused us a little bit of a problem there. Very good. We move on. Anytime there's a medium suppressor, it drives me nuts. I'll be honest with you. It's unfair. Well, maybe not unfair. That sounds like I'm whining. It's not unfair. It just really hampers the style of like a drone boat. Like a small one, sure, I get it. Like, don't come within 20 kilometers. But when the entire space is not huge and you're taking up 40 kilometers of it for taking up 40 kilometers that you can't use because of... They just stop randomly attacking. Because of the autonomous suppressor, it just feels unfair. little manual piloting to try to get him to blow up. Perfect. Now we got to get back down. Darks are a pain in the butt. Where we got to go? Over there. And off to our second room here. The 4-minute room. Eey. Another striking Damovic, but this time without the annoying suppressor. Perfect. Within range, start smacking him, pinning him down, moving it around. Okay. Shaboing! Bouncing off the cash. Yeah, the darks, like, it can run the darks. It's just kind of a... It's not ideal, I think is how I'm going to put that. I would much rather be in firestorms or exotics or gammas, I think. Just because, like, the range penalty is very severe. What are we on this one? It's a 30% range penalty. Which, I mean, it's not the worst. It's not the best either. But nature of the beast. Why am I going so far away from everything? A little bit of a piloting error, I think. Nah, I know it was piloting error. It's just nature of the beast. 773,000 ISK in that can. Tranquil Gammas. We love anything but Tranquil Darks. Let's get them pinned down. See if we can't. Where did they just randomly stop attacking again? Let's leave the auto attack on, I guess. But we're going to have to pay a lot of close attention when we are in suppressor rooms, just to make sure. Okay. So we are good to go. Very good. Striking Damovic and a medium suppressor. Yay! That is behind me though. So that yay is actually legit. We love that. I just wish it was not a dark. I don't think I'll be running any more darks. At least not with this setup. Like it runs it, it's just very unoptimal. Okay, so I am within range of the pylon here, roughly. What does that give me? A calm dark, heavy entropic, tranquil firestorm. Okay. Overall, pretty good. It's not going to be one of our higher paying ones. Especially. Okay. Well, that was really weird. Everything should be hopefully working now. That was weird. Yeah, it was very strange. Like, my audio just stopped picking up on the mic, and then like my computer just straight up crashed. Weird. It's a new first time for anything, I guess. Yeah, I'm getting everything reset back up. So, everything went a little janky. So give me a moment. All right, so you're going to be this one. So you should be seeing the Abyss tracker at this point. And if I goof around with my Eve, should be starting to hear that. And we're going to get to... Sweet. We're back! That was annoying. That was a new one. Let me look at the tranquils, and if we save and get this started again. I'm gonna knock out some. Yeah, we'll do an exotic. I got it. Actually, let's just do gammas because I have enough to run 3. So I'm going to get this kicked off. And we'll get jumped in. And we should be seeing the game. Okay, well, let's hope that doesn't happen in the middle of an abyss. And we'll get going. Did you get anything fun at the shops, Pete? Let's get the drones out. Slide you over here. Okay, so I got everything back where it needed to go. Except now I wiggled my mic too much and it a little loose. Oh. Being a grown-up, yes, that stuff, you know, that's the freaking favorite. But honestly, like, kind of weird, but grocery shopping kind of hits different. Uh-oh. Let's turn that up. UI sounds up to 50. Is that better, Andrew? Maybe, yeah, world sounds. Kind of that dull roar in the background. Okay. Let's figure out what we get. Almost 800,000 from our first one. Nice little recovery. Okay. And off to room 2. And they were firing. I do have quieter weapon sounds. Maybe that's it. Let's turn down the world because the dull roar in the background is just not fun for me. Let's see what this does. Good Lord, we are forever and a day away. And we got the pew pew now. Yeah. Pew pew. Sweet. A little more immersive that way. Can also turn up the game just a little bit. Leave it at 2.5 down. Alright, so we're out of gun range. Appreciate everybody bearing with me as everything kind of crashed down around everybody. And we've got our second room of our run here. Almost a mil. We love to see it. All in red loot as well. 900,000 ISK in red loot. So easily liquidatable. on to our last room. And we have a devoted hunter to end it. This one is going to hit hard. So hopefully, hopefully we don't die. We honestly shouldn't, but he does hit kind of crazy actually for how small he is. Yeah, 113. 102. I'm going to preemptively start our armor ripper. Let's scoot in on him so that we can make sure that we've got him pinned down as hard as we can. And really, it's just kind of a waiting game with this guy. And just hopefully our shield can continue to, or our ripper can continue to outpace him. The sound is a bit muffled. I think I need a better shock absorber for my microphone then. Is the mic muffled or just the game? Let's see. Thanks for the input on that too. Okay. The last cannon is going to give us 720,000 ISK. If we drop that into our tracker. It is a sure mic. So then there isn't really a shock absorber on it right now. It's just kind of hooked up to a stand, so it's very possible that it's going through the desk to it. Doesn't look quiet. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna need a shock absorber for the microphone. I also do. I'm a little heavy-handed on some of the buttons. I'll be honest with y'all. So yeah, I will look into that, and I'll definitely have that fixed by next time I stream. Good old Amazon Prime giving me the 1 day, 2 day shipping. But finishing up the run here, we rocked an 8-minute run with all my distractions in the mental space. Yeah, I'm using OBS. So I've got the game audio at -2.5 decibels, and I had to kind of crank up the audio for the mic. So we'll just need, I'll figure it out. All right, so no darks. Darks suck. We're going to go to a gamma. Get jumped in. Gamma's on. And next room. Just gonna tweak a couple things in real time here with y'all. Let me know kind of how it sounds. That completely killed the audio. Can you guys... Okay. So we're going to get the drones launched. Let's start taking out our boys here. It very well could be. Okay. Is it still loud enough to hear? I did put a lot of like electronic gain in it rather than gain through the soundboard, just so it didn't feel like I was like screaming all the time. Let's go ahead and turn on our repper. They did take out my drone. I will... No longer hearing the extra thumping. Okay. Cool. So it was the electronic gain that I added that was really kind of causing it to spike and be able to pick up those extra click clacks. Sweet. Thanks, Andrew. So I just got defanged pretty hard in that one. Hopefully we don't have too terribly much. Hopefully we don't run into like a difficult room. Because we are at 85 DPS. No. Okay. Turn that up just a little bit. Hopefully we don't run into like a skybreaker, but knowing myself, I just jinxed it. And the next room's going to be a skybreaker or something. Yeah, it's not a skybreaker. This is basically the next worst thing. Okay. All right. Way out of range for me to even be attempting to shoot. Oh, God. We might see a loss here, boys. Okay. Set a default keep it range at 5,000. I don't think orbiting's really going to do us any good. I think my DPS is just falling way too low at this point. Yep. Well, at least we got the audio fixed, huh? Oh, wait a minute. What is he? Is he rocking like some sort of rapid? Okay. Oh, good Lord. Now just give me something super simple in the last one. Don't make it kill me, please. It's my last thing that I want. You're being Cyclops, Pete. Let's see. Don't think we need world. Let's just turn up the master volume up to 90. Override dynamic, blah, 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 blah. Let's turn up world just a little bit. Something like 35. Maybe even crank a little bit of electronics. While we're creeping up here. Yeah, I'll mess with it in a little bit. You gotta be fucking kidding me. This was the one thing I didn't need. It's not a might have been a loss, boys. It is a loss. Let's see what we can do. Keep it range. Something like that. Okay, did I not? I'm an idiot. What we all we have is a hope and a dream here, gang. There's your laser noises, by the way. Ah, shit. So how's everybody's Tuesday? Is it Tuesday? Yeah, it's Tuesday. We might make it. Maybe I shouldn't have fucked around so much in the last pocket. So we're going to lose, what, 7 mil? Already got our drone smoked. Yeah, it's not too bad. Oh, you're not a distraction, man. This is all part of the game. I like with the new, like having new characters, I really don't care. about losing ships. Like with my main, it sucks. Like I don't want to lose stuff on there, but like this is just like meh. This is part of the game, part of the fun. We might still be able to pull it out. I mean, 85 DPS probably won't be enough, but I've seen some crazier shit. Like me losing all of my hit points. That was... They don't spool up too, do they? Honestly, where... Let's see what this cloud is. Or do we frustrate ourselves a little bit by seeing what was in the cache? This might actually be a good opportunity for me to take some time and sell some loot and see about getting us into that worm as well. I think I'm going to see what was in the cache. Bzzzt. Okay. Let's get this bad boy locked up. So with the... No. Ain't no big deal. You're not backseating. With the way his lightning works, it bounces from me over to him and or from me over to my drones. So by the time I am able to even get close to breaking, like that was 2 strikes and he's already taken out the shields. We can always give it a shot. You know, ain't nothing to that, but it's just too much DPS for my drones to stay on field long enough to do enough damage. And these aren't blasters, unfortunately, either. Yep. Boink. Could always try to bump him out of the freaking circle. I'm gonna take my ball and go home. Bye, Kyle. So, what we're gonna do? We're gonna die in game, of course, and then from there we will reawaken in station. In a different station than where we've been running at. I'll need to do probably some off-camera loot moving and selling, and then we'll see kind of what profit we have. Well, not profit, but what kind of a balance we have. We've already got about 18 mil. We've got probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 50, 60 mil that 50, 60 mil that we can really put into it. And this is why you don't leave the arena. There's my naked body. Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. Just got a little distracted. It happens. This is a piloting error. It's not anybody's fault but my own. Death reason was made a grave piloting mistake. So we'll save. And if we gonna run back over to the station that we were in, where we were kind of running from. It's a couple jumps from where I'm at right now. What the heck was that? Oh, kill report. I will get this taken care of. We're going to make our way over there. Andrew, do you play Eve as well? If so, what kind of activities are you into? Runs, -70. I mean, over the last 30 days, made 100 mil. Last 90 is 157. Honestly, not really a bad spot to be in. If at the very least we can absolutely buy another Tristan. Obviously, I kind of maybe want to shake some things up from just doing a Tristan to Tristan to Tristan. It can get a little boring. Not for me, really, but definitely for everybody else. So I like to mix some things up. I always liked a good scout outpost when I was doing a lot of exploring. Getting those C-type invuln shields or invuln barriers, hardeners. There it is. Okay. Okay. Where are my fits? Only that a few times. What does that even do? Successfully promote what? I don't even know what that does. Just clicking buttons. Oops, accidentally knocked the mic. Sorry. So what we're going to do... Can run all filaments. Sorry, can run all TO filaments. Might be wise to bring extra drones in the bay if your attention lapses. Enjoy. See, like, I still don't know why it says untested. Oh well. What kind of what tier of abyss do you typically do, or what ship? I know, like my main, I do have a main that I actually bought 100 gamma tier 4 gamma filaments, and my goal, my plan is to actually stream, make a video of like running them all in one go. And just, you know, see how that turns out. Let's see, I've got an opportunity that I just turned in for another 500,000 ISK. Mine, earn LP, scan 5 signatures. Probably not going to happen on any of those. I do appreciate everybody's patience as I'm kind of getting everything recollected here. Struggling to survive. Are you... got it. Yeah, this character took a hot minute. A lot of the time, like, I just had a bunch of like personal life and work related things come up that it made it to where like I couldn't effectively play for a very long time. So that was where like a premise of mine was like, hey, I'm only gonna play for an hour a day, or hour for every episode type thing. But it's now been like 3 months, and the character has just naturally progressed, and I'm sitting at about 2 million skill points on it. So that's really kind of made it easier made it a lot easier for me to actually do the Abyss, just because I have the baseline skills at this point. What kind of ships are you trying to fly into the tier 1s? Or I guess, like, how many skill points do you have? And I don't know if you're in the channel, like the Abyss Lurkers. And Eve? Yeah. The air career, it'll definitely help you with like ISK and ships and rewards and stuff. Great advice, Pete. So basically what the Tristan just was against the Skybreaker. Got it. Let's see. It's this here. Oops. Sorry. This is really good, really effective sight in terms of like, hey, what can I fly or something like that. So you got a bunch of different like alpha fits for frigates, and then like they've got tier ones, they got starter fits that you can have. I don't think that they actually have any destroyer fits for some reason. Destroyers is kind of a weird space within the game or within Abysses. Oh, shoot. Well, I mean, if you're looking at if you're looking at starting a new character, the description of the whatchamajiggy calls it, the live stream should have a link for you to start a new character with 1,000,000 skill points that you can tuck into basically anything that you want. And that would be a pretty quick way of getting you jump started back into maybe doing some Abyss or something like that. Yeah, I mean, it's not my website. I wish it was. That'd be freaking awesome if I had a thought to do this. But it's just a really nice way to just get started and understand a little bit, or make fewer mistakes. You're never going to be perfect, believe me. Let's see. Are you talking about like the link? Oh, got it. Yeah. Especially like if you have like a skill training plan in place, I don't get anything from it unless you like buy premium, or if you buy Omega or Plex or something like that, and I'm not telling you to. But it gives you a nice million-isk or a million skill points to start with. Okay. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just moving some things around so I can zip around and sell some stuff. I'm going to keep calm exotics, calm gammas. Honestly, tranquil darks suck. And I'll get rid of my electric filaments. I mean, if you want 1,000,000 ISK, I'll shoot it your way. I don't care. Maybe we do a little giveaway one of these times. Okay. All right. So my ultimate goal, I think I've said it a zillion times, is going to be... We got Rifters, Punishers, Incursuses. We got T1 here. It is this worm. Yeah, what is that? Pull up a calculator. It's going for probably what, like 3 mil now? Uh, 3 mil times a mil. One more zero. Broke the calculator. What is that? It's like 100 billion ISK or something like that, or 300 billion. I'd love that. Or 300 trillion. I don't know. Let's see. I'm going to risk something real quick. Royalty free music. Let's do instrumental. Some upbeat, no copyright music. Nothing explicit. Yeah. My collection of positive music for your videos. Let's see what it does. Oof. I don't know if that's it. What's everybody's favorite music? Man. Royalty-free music. I mean, we could always do Prohibition era. I mean, that would be in public domain at this point. Ooh, lo-fi. Lo-fi winter 2017. Good lord, that was forever ago. Kind of working. Okay. So this is where things could potentially get a little sketchy. Meh. Okay. Just leave it like that. We shall see if I get blown up. I think we're close enough. I think we're fine. Okay. I'll drag you over top here. And click on you. Okay, so we are almost to our little selling point. And we'll have to see if we make it. But I think we're pretty close to making it to our ultimate goal today, which is our worm. Okay. So now we will check. Okay, it looks like overall should be okay. Hopefully. All right. No local spike, no nothing. We're good. Okay. Let's see. Flying through planet. We are at Concord. Muy bien. Get me in. Please. Hello. Okay. So, after our daring escape here, we're going to drop off our Trigolevian surveys. And we're going to hit the sell button. We're going to sell immediately. That way we're not fighting any taxes. So if we even listed it for a day, we're going to lose another 1.5 mil. So we're selling it immediately. I don't have the best broker skills here. But that'll give me 44, 45 mil. So we have 63 total. Looking pretty good. And from there, we are off to Hita. Let's see if I can remember the path without setting a waypoint. Which, who knows? And nope, not able to do it. Brain can't work. So give me just 1 sec. Wrong button. And assets, Hita, perfect. And we're back. I mean, we'll see if really is a real challenge. Honestly, like getting to Jeddah at this point, not that big a deal. I've about gotten ganked on the Concord station that I just dropped stuff off at a few times. So honestly, probably shouldn't be doing it in Ibis. But I mean, what you gonna do? I don't really have too many other ships kind of floating around. So yeah, but I do have a little bit of stuff that I'm planning on selling here in Jeddah as well. So it'll get me up to 70, 75-ish. And hopefully, like, what is the worm even going for currently? A worm. Hopefully not too terribly much. Fudge. Damn it. Was that in Jeddah? Maybe that wasn't Jeddah. It's not Jeddah. It might still be cheaper. Very possible. Very, very possible. Is there... What can we do? What can we do? Is there anything I can do or sell? Oh, wait a minute. We do have some of these. Forcer destroyer crate, so I could sell a destroyer. Got some more money. I don't think that's going to be nearly enough, but it's going to potentially get us in a decent spot. Hey, we can afford it. Can we afford to bling it out? No. But we can afford at least the whole. We can afford it right now before selling anything else. Light missiles, compact EM amplifier, firestorms, and exotics. Honestly, that's it. I think we can do it. Let's drag this back over. Go back to our lurkers. We're now right on Jeddah. My bad, didn't read. Thought you were talking. No, dumb. So I do have an Instadock. So this should get me all set up. Thermal, EM, thermal reinforcers. Honestly, we should be able to do this. Right? Yeah, we should be totally set. Viable but suboptimal. So don't fly a Jaguar. Inyo. Sorry, I'm just reading the website. And get us in. Perfect. Close enough to instant. Alrighty. Let's get this ball rolling. We're going to drop all this off and insta sell. 8 mil. Skinner is worth nothing, so I'm not going to sell that. When did that go to nothing? Yeah, it's not. So that's going to be something that I'm going to be sitting on. We're going to come through, claim our air rewards here. That's another $250,000. And if we come over to our stuff, we got a Galente destroyer book worth absolutely nothing as well. I thought that was going to be a ship. It was not a ship. Little did you know. So yeah, let's look at our balance. We have 72 mil. What if we copy and paste Go to our market, multi-buy. Is there, can we, what is this going to cost me? Information, whatever. It's 8 mil. I didn't realize this was going to be, so it's going to be shield. Obviously it's going to be shield, dummy. Let's get the worm, we'll get the base, and then we'll sit in it. Get that new ship smell. I only have 11 mil. Might have overspent, guys. Let's sit in it. And we'll call this just desserts. Let's get a little video. Right, we got it. We finally got it. It only took us 3.5 million effing years. And she's looking beautiful. Okay. So now comes the real fun part. We got 11 million to spend on our boat. Actually, wait a minute. I have market orders out because I was buying blasters trying to think if I could do a blaster setup. Eesh, that is not. Let's do 1.9 mil and see if we can maybe sell it there. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? And then let's get some fittings going on. So if we do a light missile, I absolutely hate this. Let's get this all closed up. Collapse all. We're going to then go to ships. I want to collapse all again. Does that collapse that? Thank God. We're going to be looking at turrets, missiles, light missile. Can I fit everything? I can. That is kind of expensive. Let us compare. Okay. Yeah. It would be nice if there was a little more competition in the space, but there's also, like, you having specialized ships, like a mining barge is better than a mining battleship, that kind of stuff. For the Abyss, there probably needs to be a little bit of a balance pass. CCP, don't listen to that, but yeah, you're not wrong. All right. Let's see. So rate of fire. What is the rate of fire for the cheapos? Honestly, yeah, it's going to have to be to Tech 2, except that is quite the fitting, isn't it? 24 and 7. 21 and 6 would save me. Rate of fire is down. But rate of fire isn't that big of a deal. We're not really focusing on rate of fire for our guns or our missiles. We're really focused on that for our... We're really focused in on our drones. So I'm just going to buy 3 of these. And that'll be perfectly fine. So it's going to save us, what is that? 2.4 mil. Do I want to cheap out on this? Not really, but we are running on a shoestring budget. So we're going to drop these bad boys in, and we're going to link them all together. And then we are going to set filter and go to our drone upgrades. Drone damage We should be able to fit them all. Yep. It was a little bit of a journey there, Dovek. Got a little distracted, lost a couple drones, and ran into a Skybreaker room, and we lost a Tristan. So we're basically being the Phoenix right now, or a Phoenix right now, rising from the ashes and doing our thing. Let's see. So there's no other good option. I mean, that. Nope. Let's focus on getting the things that we can't downgrade taken care of. So we're going to do these. We're not going to be messing with armor. We're going to be messing with shields. I mean, we could technically downgrade, but I think we probably shouldn't. View, it's a mil, that's nothing. I mean, when you got 11, 10 mil now, that is a lot. Yeah, it's a little bit of an oof situation, but we were getting some things figured out on the audio. I don't think it was much worth it. We're going to get a thermal. Get 2 of those as well. 7.25 mil. So we're going to pop one here. We're going to pop another here. And we're going to pop our last one here. Right? Yeah. Perfect. And then let's get our compact EM. That doesn't bring me what I need. Let's minimize that. We're going to come over here. Does that bring me what I need? It does. We love it. Oh, yeah? Are you... I'm currently building my alpha fit off this site. They do have a retribution as well that can apparently run T1s. It's pretty sick. Unfortunately, I'm not big on the lasers unless I'm in a nightmare running incursions with a gang, but outside of that, yeah. I got quite a bit. T1 solos. Alphas, jump. Okay. I need a small cap, which I got. Yay, something I don't have to. Dropped it earlier. Dropped it again. It's not Whip, maybe not the Worm, but it's not my website, but it's a website that is linked in the Abyss Lurkers, and it has some pretty good stuff. Okay. Then, what do I need? Compact, I need a afterburner. I keep searching, but searching just causes a mess. It's easy if you know exactly what you want, but if you're just looking to find the group in order to kind of look through everything, it doesn't do a very good job. So we're going to compare. We're going to knock out. There's no way. No way, no way, no way, no way, no way, no way, no way. At least not right now. No analog. Oops. No true Sancha. No analog. No you or you. And good Lord. Here we are. That's going to be 15 gigajoule activation, going 125. A little heavy on the fit, but we love the price. That is not in station. What is going on? Oh, what? Wait a minute. Why are my filters broken? Set up the filter. Turn it into no jumps. Okay. Perfect. I'm going to pop you in here. And then that's going to leave me needing a shield booster and drone damage. She did it again. Alright, so we got a shield booster. We're going to go with small. We're obviously not going to use an ancillary. Let's compare, see what we got out here. Can't afford, can't afford, can't afford, can't afford. There's not really anything to compare out here. Especially with my shoestring of a budget. So we'll just narrow these things down. Activation, Tech 2 is going to be nice, owing to the fact that it's going to give me 35. 30 for 18. 28 for 20. The fitting, honestly, meh. It's not that big a deal. So we're going to go ahead and buy you. Great. Completes. Fuck. I mean, an electrical. Are we using this on electrical? I imagine you have to be able to, right? Meh. Let's get our. Ooh. Wait a minute. I need drones. You have a bandwidth of 10 megabits per second. So, drones, light. They got all sorts of different drones nowadays. Wow. Primary skill, secondary skill, tertiary skill, so quad. Whoa, I can't even pronounce that. What damage do you do? EM and thermal. Wow, I'm on the wrong screen. I apologize. Here we are. If we look at our hobs, heavy therm, variations, compare. Feds are about a mil. Good turret tracking. Not the best. Let's go the same speed. The augmented go faster. Honestly, I'm just going to get 2 feds. It's going to move me down to 4. I'm going to throw those in. It's already 124 DPS without missiles or our drone amplifier. Now if we go down to our ship's equipment. Nope. It's probably underneath drones, is it? Nope. Yeah, ship equipment. Where's the drone upgrades? Then if we slide through here, this is a mess. They need to reorganize it. We pick up 2. We're now down to 2.3 million. And we're up to 177 DPS. Hell yeah. And then if we show info, use with, if we're using it in firestorms and exotics, that would really be like kinetic / explosive. You get a bonus to kinetic and thermal. So honestly, we're just going to use kinetic, which means we're going to be using Scourge. Let's run our compare real quick. Variations. Don't use Dread Gurista because holy shit, that's expensive. Scourge. Light. Can I? No, I can't. Right? I don't have the skills. Yeah, I don't have the skills. 5-second maximum flight time. Kinetic damage. Honestly, either one of these. You appear to be potentially the cheapest. Why are you a different price? Why are you so much more expensive? Who in their right mind would shoot that? It's the same darn thing, right? Oh, it does 5 more hit points of damage. For twice the cost? Nah. We'll be using you. And how much is 5,000? That's probably more than I have. Where's my money? Yeah. We're going to buy 100. No. 500. Okay. And then that's going to allow me to buy... So we're going to pop you in here. We're shoestringing it here. But I want to buy another drone just in case we lose one. So I'm going to pop that additional drone in here. And then that leaves me some ISK. And we're going to buy... what is 1,000? What is 2,500? What is 2,000? Perfect. All right. What's your range? Your range is 27. We finally got it. We finally got our Gila. I have been streaming for 4 hours today, I think. Almost 4 hours today. I think at this point, I need to put a pin in it. And then I will be coming back with a vengeance. I need to make back the 74 million ISK, 75 million ISK that I just spent on the ship. And I think this is where we're really going to start to snowball. I think this is where we're really going to see our net worth really increase. And if I go back to my Jiva assets, which when my computer crashed, it looks like I forgot to open it back up. If we launch Jiva assets again here. And we have a lot to make up. Let's slide you out the way. Run the update here. And getting prices from Fuzzworks, perfect. Worth tracker, values, and after losing our Tristan, we have a net worth of 90 million ISK. It was up significantly higher before losing the Tristan, but we are in a good spot. If I then pull up my tracker here and we do a from date that is, whoa, not the years. We need 26. And we do April 1st. We're sitting in a pretty good spot. So we did hit a peak of 112. We are now back down to about 86, 87,000 net worth, but our wallet balance is gone. We are sitting on a wallet balance of 152,000. So I'm going to put a pin in the video here or in the live stream here. And I look forward to seeing everybody in the next episode. It might be an episode, it might be a live stream, but this is kind of where I'm at right now. And I appreciate everybody who stuck around with me all day. And I appreciate y'all with the comments and everything. So have a good evening. Have a good day. Depends on where you're at. And I will catch you later. Bye.